Hello? Oh my god, hello? Hello? Oh my god, it worked. I don't know what I did, but I fixed it. I'm a genius. Actual, true genius. God sent. That's what I am. Hey, Yusuf, how's it going? How's life? Right. Let me get properly set up, and then we can learn to do the stuff like we should be doing, not procrastinating. Right, who's this guy? Where was I? What was I doing in this tutorial? Making Flappy Birds. That's right. You got it. Bush. 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 What was he doing? Yeah, making Flappy Birds, I think, as far as I remember. Sure, this guy will tell us. Where are you? There he is. Hi, Mr. Man. Sick. Nice and neat. What else should I be doing? Don't know. I think we were up to the point of generating the pipes for the bird of flaps. Dush, 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 dush. That works, that works. What about the script? You cannot see the script. Bird script? Wait. There we go. There you are. So if I do that. Cool. Cool. So, Mr. Man. Where were we?
Using software like Unity. Unity is the powerful
That's what I'm using.
behind titles like. So we'll write input dot. Then we can pick get key down, and in brackets.
Spawning objects. That's what we were doing.
In game view, we'll see it is still fundamentally a 3D engine. And so, finally, we can duplicate this whole top pipe object called.
Oh yeah, I remember. We were trying to set up the pipes. But we weren't doing very well. Pipe spawner. I've got this pipes. What was I supposed to do? I was making a pipe spawner. Maybe let's just go back to the beginning of the video. Not beginning of the video, but the beginning of the part. I was talking about this stuff.
Okay, so the secret to Flappy Bird is that while it looks like a bird is flapping along through a world of pipes, it's actually not. The bird stays completely still, and it's the pipes that move across the screen. So in step 3, we're going to make pipes spawn into the world, move across the screen, and then delete themselves. We'll start by making the object we want to spawn. This will be 2 pipes which move across the screen from left to right.
Oh yeah, this is something I was going to do. Find a program or a website I can use to generate sprites. Pixel art. Cool. Okay, so we can use pixel art.
Let's make another game object called pipe. Put it exactly on the bird for now to get the sizing right. And then we'll make another object within this one called top pipe. This is a
So I've got like pipe and pipe spawner, don't I? Where's pipe gone? Okay, just delete that. We've got a pipe. Gonna move you. I'm just gonna move all of you. Go away so we can just start. Oh no! Wait, what? Where did pipe and pipe, bottom pipe come from? Oh god. What have I done? Why is it showing me just pipes? Where's the rest of the game? What have I done? Pipe. I don't want just pipe. I want everything. Have I just ruined... Wait, can I go back? Open, reload. Open project. Let's try that again. Reloading. You say it's already open, but guess what? It's not. You're lying. Oh god, oh god. Table has mind of its own. That was weird. Oh. Okay, so here we've got main camera, pipe spawner. We don't have the pipes anymore. But where was that pipe? What was this? What was this up here? And it was saying just pipe. Oh, was it like... I don't know. Stop stressing. Stop your stressing. Just continue.
child of the first game object's parent. This way we can nest multiple game objects and move all of them at once just by moving the parent. So let's repeat what we did for the bird. Add a sprite renderer for the pipe image. And add a collider, a box collider 2D.
Should I just download the assets? Probably. Okay, now how do I get an asset? Import. Yes. No way is it easy as that. Okay, so now we've got a pipe.
This time. We don't need a rigid body because it's not going to be affected by physics. The first game object's parent. This way we can move across this will be two pipes which move across the screen from left to right. Let's make another game object called pipe.
So we have a game object called pipe, don't we? I'm gonna put you here. Wait, no, I can't put you there.
Put it exactly on the bird for now to get the...
Put the pipe on the bird. That's this pipe spawner. What happens if I delete this? Okay, new something. Create object. Pipe. Put pipe. Wait, how'd you put the pipe on the bird?
Spawn. This will be 2 pipes which move across the screen from left to right. Let's make another game object called pipe. Put it exactly on the bird for now.
Okay, centered. And then
to get the sizing right. And then we'll make another object within this one called top pipe. This is a child of the first game object's parent. This way we can nest multiple game objects and move all of them at once just by moving the parent. So let's repeat what we did for the bird. Add a sprite renderer for the pipe image. And add a collider, a box collider.
give me a second because I'm gonna have to remember how to do all of that stuff again. So pipe, this one is top pipe. Wait, how do you write it in yours? Top pipe, just like that. And then for pipe, do we assign the sprite to the child or the parent? Which way does it go? Two seconds.
A 2D this time.
So you put it in the child. Add render sprite. Sprite renderer. Drag and drop. Wait, where'd you go? You drag and drop into somewhere, right? That's what I did last time. No? Guessing not. Default sprite. 2D sprite render? Maybe I delete that. Remove component. Wasn't it the sprite renderer? Sprite renderer. Why does mine look different? Wait, does it? Did it? No, undo, undo, go away. Please. How do I stop that? No. Reset. Just go away. Assets label. Oh no, what have I done? I just need you to go back to what you were before. Okay. So I thought it was just a case of drag and drop in. Which it's not. Okay.
We don't need a rigid body because it's not going to be affected by physics. We can then see this just by moving the parent. So let's repeat what we did for the bird. Add a sprite renderer for the pipe image.
Sprite renderer. Oh wait, can't see. Sprite texture, is it there I need to put in? Why is this different?
And add a P. And then we'll make another object within this one called top pipe. This is a child of the first game object's parent. This way we can nest multiple game objects and move all of them at once just by moving the parent. So let's repeat what we did for the bird. Add a sprite renderer for the pipe image. And add a
sprite color flip. That is not the same stuff that I'm looking at here. I'm gonna maybe put you down here. No, that doesn't work. Maybe I do it to the pipe instead of the top pipe? Sprite renderer. The hell am I doing wrong? Inspector. Okay, I'm gonna put you here.
A collider, a box collider 2D this time. We don't need a rigid one. This will be two parts. Okay, so the secret to Flappy Bird is that while it looks like a bird is bird for top, we can nest. So let's repeat what we did for the bird. Add a sprite renderer for the pipe image.
Type in top pipe. Add a component sprite renderer. Sprite renderer. Then it's saying about the render queue, sprite point draw mode. None of these render queue. None of these are showing up. I need to put you somewhere else. You're just in assets, and you're in assets in mine as well. 2 secs. Right, 2 secs. Hello. How's it going still? You good? How is life? What you up to? Sorry, I had duties to attend to. We are so stuck. We have no idea what we're doing here. So... Wait, what am I looking at now? So pipe. Pipe. Transform. Sprite render. How am I doing? Yeah, I'm not sure if you were here last time. I was trying out Unity, but giving Unity a go. And doing a little bit of this stuff as well, which is quite different. Quite different to the Lego I was playing with before. I'll only name you script. I'm making Flappy Birds. Dush, 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 bush. Cool. So, how the heck do we do this? I scooch you over there. Scooch. You scooched. Good and scooched. Okay. So on his screen, the sprite renderer looks completely different to mine. Why is that? How do I import the script? The script's there, right? Oh, wait, is that what I... Okay, maybe not. So, top pipe, I'm in top pipe, I make the component, but the component isn't what I'm expecting. Sprite shape renderer? I'm supposed to be doing that instead, but that's not what he did. He did just sprite renderer. So main camera. So sprite render, here's what I'm expecting it to look like. Why does it not look like this? Sprite renderer, right. And then what if I just add it to top pipe? I'm gonna sneeze. Good sneeze. Solid sneeze. 3 out of 5. Could sneeze again. Right, okay, so I guess instead of adding it to the child, I have to add it to the parent. So now I can do that. Dush. Exactly what I want it to do. Nice. Okay. Reset you. Dush. Cool. How do I change your rotation? This? No, don't be silly. That? No. This? No. Leave it. Wait, what? What am I doing?
And add a collider, a box collider 2D this time.
See, he's doing it in. He was doing it in the top pipe. As opposed to the parent pipe. What's this? I delete you altogether. Remove. I'm literally trying to follow you like for like, and this is not working. Same version of Unity as him, but maybe not. It's like I was last playing with it 5 days ago. It'd be very unfortunate if everything has changed in the last 5 days when this was published on the 2nd of December. I'm doing something wrong, but I don't know what it is. So the logic is he's adding the sprite to the child, not to the parent. But when I'm doing it to the child, it's not showing the same as what I'm expecting. When I add it to the parent, it is.
Game objects and move all of them at once just by moving the parent. So let's repeat what we did for the bird. Add a sprite renderer for the pipe.
See, he is in top pipe. I am in top pipe. Add component, sprite renderer. That is not the same thing that was showing up a second ago. What is different? You're kidding me. I've changed nothing. Okay, I guess I just need to do the same thing 17 times. Okay. How do I rotate you? How do I rotate you? I need to make you a different thing, but I'm not sure how. Z? No. Okay, we'll leave. Just let the nice man tell you what you're supposed to be doing.
Pipe image. And add a collider, a box collider 2D this time. We don't need a rigid body because it's not going to be affected by physics. We can then move it up above the bird, but keep the X position as 0.
Okay. So we have... needs a box collider. 2D. Dush. Then change the size. It's a little bit lenient. Okay, good.
Finally, we can
Oh. I grab you at all? No? Move? Move tool. I'm attempting to move you. There we go. Push. Then how do I rotate? I know he's going to tell me in the next one. I'll just wait. I'll just wait. Have patience.
duplicate this whole top pipe object, call it bottom pipe, and flip it upside down by changing the Y scale to -1.
Oh. Y scale -1. Bush. Easy. Duplicate you. Will you bot? And go all the way down here. And Y scale as 1.
Then
Excellent.
move it down below the bird. As you can see, if we mess with the pipe parent game object, both pipes move, scale, and rotate along with it.
Oh wait, that's a lie. That's a lie, and you know it. Wait, how do I actually do that though? Oh my god! Oh my god! Magic! How does he do it?
With the parent as the pivot point. So let's add a script to this parent's object to make it move across the screen. We'll start by creating a variable for move speed. If we give it a number here, it will fill this as the default value in Unity, but we can always change it there later. Then we'll write code to move the object in update. Now, it would be lovely if we could just type transform.position.x and change this number directly, but no, boo, you have to change the entire vector in one go. Oh, and this time we're going to have to use vector 3 instead of vector 2 because the transform has 3 numbers. Even though we're making our game in 2D, Unity is still fundamentally a 3D engine, and so it's keeping track of the object's depth with the Z value. So, here's what we'll do. We'll take the current transform.position and then equals. We want to add to its current position, so write transform.position again, and then plus. And finally, in brackets, we'll do vector3.left times move speed. Back in Unity, press play, and whew, that's way too fast. Now you might think that you could just change this move speed variable to a really small number like 0.001, and that will work, but that's not actually the problem here. You see, code in
It's
update
the
just
delta time, right? So, pipe. Add component, new script. Pipe? Script? One word? Okay, so we want to make a public float. Public float of move speed. It needs to be like here. Stop it. Okay. Public float move speed equals 5. And then for update, we were doing transform position equals transform position plus vector 3.left
left times move speed.
times move speed.
Back.
I'm confused.
Vector 3.left times move speed.
Oh, it needs to be in the same bracket. Gosh. Move speed.
Back in Unity, press play, and whew, that's way too fast. Now you might think that you could just change this move speed variable to a really small number like 0.
So can I remember what I'm supposed to be doing with it? Is it something like times delta time? Something along those lines.
0.01, and that will work, but that's not actually the problem here.
What's the
Code
problem?
in update just runs as often as it can. In fact, if we check the stats in game view, we'll see the game is running at over 1,000 frames per second. Sorry, PlayStation 5, 120 FPS? Pfft, that's got nothing on Flappy Bird. And the real problem is that the game may run at different speeds on different computers, and we don't want the pipe to move faster or slower depending on your rig. Real games have actually made this mistake. In Dark Souls 2, weapon
Yes.
it's a pretty easy fix. We just multiply it by time.delta time. This
Time
ensures that
dot
multiple-
delta time. Times it by time dot delta time. But a capital T. Time dot delta time and that.
application happens the same no matter the frame rate. We didn't need it for the velocity code because physics runs on its own little clock, but otherwise we will need it. If you want to know more about this or anything really, the Unity docs are a good place to check. You'll find info and sample.
Note self. Look that up. Unity documentation delta time. Got some homework to do. Time dot delta time. Oh, it's not that bad. Okay, leave that up for later.
Code. Okay, now with that fix in place, our pipe moves smoothly across the screen. Lovely. Next, we want to create a system that will continually spawn new pipes. To start, take the parent game object from the hierarchy and drag it into your project. This creates a...
Because we don't want the top and the bottom to be initially in the scene or in the room or in the whatever you call it. In the scene. Okay. So you grab you, pop you into here.
A prefabricated game object, or prefab. This is like a
Prefab.
blueprint for a game object, and we can create new versions of this entire game object with all of its children, components,
The
and
pipes are going the
properties.
wrong
Oh,
way.
and before we move on, we can delete the original in our hierarchy now. Bye-bye.
We don't actually need you in the scene at all because we've got to
Let's
spawn
make a
you.
new game object called Pipe Spawner. We'll put it just to the right of the camera, and we'll make a script for it. The purpose of this script is to spawn new versions of the pipe prefab every few seconds. And because the pipe already has code to move left, the pipe will automatically move across the screen as soon as it spawns in.
New script. So you set a new item. Pipe spawn. New script. Pipe spawner script.
We're going to write some code to spawn that prefab we just made. So we'll start by making a reference to the prefab. Up here, we'll type public
2 secs.
game object pipe. Then in Unity, we'll use the same drag and drop method to fill the slot, but this time, instead of a component, we'll drag the prefab from to. We're
Right.
going to write some code to spawn that prefab we just made. So we'll start by making a reference to the prefab. Up here, we'll type public game object pipe. Then in Unity, we'll use the same drag and drop method to fill the slot, but this time, instead of a component, we'll drag the prefab from the project panel.
Okay. So let's open up the script. Was it public game object?
The purpose of this script is game op versions and drag pre-game op, and we can delete the original. The purpose of this script is to spawn new versions of the pipe prefab every few seconds. And because the pipe already has code to move left, the pipe will automatically move across the screen as soon as it spawns in. We're going to write some code to spawn that prefab we just made. So we'll start by making a reference to the prefab. Up here, we'll type public GameObject pipe. Then in Unity, we'll use the same drag and drop method to fill the slot, but this time, instead of a component, we'll drag the prefab by making a pipe.
Pipe. Pipe. Cool. Still don't understand the capitalization everywhere.
Then in Unity, we'll use the same drag and drop method to fill the slot, but this time, instead of a component, we'll drag the prefab from the project panel. Now, Unity has a nice built-in method for spawning new game objects. We'll type instantiate and then open.
So the script is there. I need to then do what? Oh wait, I need to save it. And this will update. Cool. Then pipe, you are the pipe. That's gonna be referencing.
Open the brackets. In here, the command is asking for some extra details. We can actually flip through these to find different, I don't know, recipes, I guess? Number 4 looks good. It will create an object at a specified position and rotation. So for the game object, we can type pipe. For position, we can just type transform.position to get the position of the object holding the script. That will make it spawn on top of the spawner. And for rotation, let's just
transform position is the position of the thing.
Transform.rotation, so again, it's the same as the spawner. Let's run it, and oh my god, that's not what we want. Spawning works great, but they're coming out every single frame, and we want them to come out on a nice interval that we can control. So, back to Visual Studio. What we're going to do now is write some code to make a timer. This will count up for a specified number of seconds, run some code, and then start the count again. To do this, we'll need to make a couple variables. A spawn rate.
Let's do the instantiate first. So, in code, instantiate, but spelled correctly. Oh, needs to be capitalized. Instat. Instantiate. Pipe. Wait, why is mine not doing the same thing yours was doing? How did you get that whole list of different things? Recipes, what you call them?
I guess, else. And then open the build. We'll drag the prefab from the project panel. Now, Unity has a nice built-in method for spawning new game objects. We'll type instantiate and then open the brackets. In here, the command is asking for some extra details.
What do you mean in here?
We can actually flip through these to find different, I don't know, recipes, I guess? Number 4 looks good. It will create an object at a specified position and rotation. So
fine.
for the game object, we can type pipe. For position, we can just type transform.position to get the position of the object holding the script. That will make it spawn on top of the spawner. And for rotation, let's just use transform.rotation, so again, it's the same as the spawner. Let's run it, and oh my god, that's not what we want. Spawning works
Okay,
great.
let's see if
every single
we've got it right so far. So, Unity. Game. Play. That is not correct. Pipe script, what's wrong with you? I put... Wait, how do I go back? Back. So if I do pipe spawner, it needs to be like here. Wait. So you can go there. So then I've got the pipe spawner. Have I not got the things right? What's wrong? So that's the... Okay, that's you. I need to do that. What about now? You working? Play. You are not playing. Bad script. Transform. Ugh. Pipe script. Transform. What about that? We good now? No. Show compile error notification? What? How does one solve? Well, I got a lot of transforms somewhere. Let's go back to this instantiate. So game object, public pipe, yes.
Guess.
In stan T8. Yes.
Number 4 looks good. It will create an object at a specified position and rotation. So for the game object, we can type pipe. For position, we can just type transform.position to get the position of the object holding the script. That will make it spawn on top of the spawner. And for rotation, let's just use transform.rotation, so again, it's the same as the spawner.
Okay, that's what I thought I did.
Run it, and oh my god, that's not what we want. Spawning works great, but they're coming out every single frame, and we...
Play again? Wait, save and play? Save. I need to save each one. About now. Oh my god, I need to save each one. Okay, that makes sense. Cool, it's working. Oh my god, and it has physics. It has physics. Cool, 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 cool. Now we got to set up that timer.
We want them to come out on a nice interval that we can code to make a timer. This will count up for a specified number of seconds, run some code, and then start the count again. To do this, we'll need to make a couple variables. A spawn rate is how many seconds it should be between spawns, and then a timer is the number that counts up. We can make this one private as we won't be changing it in the editor or anywhere else. In update, we'll do another.
So here we've got a public. Don't do that. Go back, go back. You are supposed to be like there, but not there. There. And then public float spawn rate equals 2. Then a private float timer equals 0. So this is the first time we've done a private float.
If statement. This time, if the timer is less than the spawn rate, then we want to make the timer count up by 1. So we'll take the timer as it currently is and add time.delta time.
Want in update. Then above the instantiate. So if timer is less than spawn rate, timer
to it. This creates
time
a
dot
number
delta
that counts
time.
up every frame and works the same no matter what your computer's frame rate is. We can actually shorten this by changing it to plus equals. But don't feel like you need to make your code as short as humanly possible just to avoid getting sniffy YouTube comments. If timer equals timer plus is easier to read and grasp, then that's absolutely fine.
So why would you have timer equals timer plus and then timer equals plus? Like what's the benefit?
You can always swap to the other version in the future when you feel more confident. Now, before I said an if statement is like a gate.
Okay, you did. Timer equals timer plus time.delta time. But time. I said time. Why are you not capitalizing? Time. Time dot. What's going on? Why are you not playing around? Play with me. Time. T. Why are you not letting me capitalize? T. Okay, fine. Time dot delta time.
When you feel more confident. Now, before I said an if statement is like a gate, and we can add another gate to the side of it with else. This means if the
So if timer is less than spawn rate, timer equals timer plus delta time, and then we're going to do else countdown.
condition isn't met, then skip the code and do the code in else instead. So we'll put the spawn code in here, and also reset the timer to 0. So now, every frame, it asks if the timer is less than the spawn rate. If it is, then count the timer up. If it
Oh, it's plussing. Right. As opposed to counting down, it's a timer. Gotcha, I think. So in Game Maker, it did it the other way in one of the tutorials where it was counting down, but here we're counting up. So if the timer is less than the spawn rate, then timer is increased. So timer is just increased by delta time. Else instantiate. So spawn the spawn the pipe and then set the timer to 0 so then it can count up again. Timer equals 0. Is that right? Is that right?
If it's not, i.e. the timer has actually met or exceeded the spawn rate, then spawn a pipe and start the timer again. Put this in Unity and pretty good. I'm happy with that.
You say that, but let's see if it works in practice. Might not.
The only
Game. Play. Something's wrong. Oh, yeah, something's wrong. You didn't save. You moron. Right, cancel that. Save. And play. I think there's a problem with my pipes script. I don't think the pipes are moving left, but they were moving left before. What's going on? Maybe we put you back in here. Actually see what you're doing. Okay, now you're just not spawning anything. That's cool. That's sick. Right. Let's get you back up. Ooh.
the timer is.
So let's check this bit. Void update if timer is less than spawn rate. Then timer equals timer plus time. Delta time. Else. Wait, what's that? What's this? That's not the same. You're supposed to have one of these. Bush. Not one of those. Bush. Save. Is that it? Did I solve it? Does it need more of those brackets? God, this must be like the worst thing to hear as someone who actually knows about coding. I'm like, the brackets need to be here. What brackets? What do they do? Why are they here? What is life? Right, play. Please tell me it was the brackets. Funny, silly looking black brackets. Are we playing? Are we not playing? What's going on? Oh, compiling error? Yay. Yay. Cool. What was wrong? Do I need more brackets? You've got more brackets than I have, sir. So timer. Then you have a bracket. Then you have a bracket. Then you have another bracket. Why do you have so many brackets? I only have 2 brackets at the end. You have 3. Is it because I've not done this? Maybe. So if I enter, then have you as... Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, because you need to close the brackets. The one thing that brackets do. The one thing you actually know about brackets. Okay, so now... with any luck, this could be it. Oh my god, this is it, this is it, this is it. Oh, can't believe it. Ush. What happens if I just like have you down there? Oh, you moved to the left. That's neato burrito. Bye. Game over. Okay, so pipe spawner. You can go back to 11. 0, and now should spawn off screen and be so slick. Oh, it's like they were never there to begin with, and then they are. Nice. Actual magic. Oh, we need to delete them. That's future me problem.
Less than the spawn rate. If it is, then spawn rate, I'm happy with that. The only problem is we have to wait ages for the first pipe to spawn. It would be good if this came out immediately, right? Now we could copy and paste the spawn code into start, so it happens once in start and then happens over and over in update.
Yes. That makes sense. But you're about to tell me why that's a dumb idea.
But that's a bad idea. You should generally try to avoid having the same or even similar code in multiple places. What happens if we want to change how the spawn works? We'll have to find and change it everywhere. No good. Instead, we can put the spawn code in a new function and just run that function. So here, below update but above the final curly bracket, we'll make a function called void spawn pipe, and then cut and paste the instantiate code into there. Now we can just write spawn pipe with empty brackets in both update and start. This will run all the code in that function when these lines are executed. And with that done, it will make a pipe as soon as the game begins.
Also, what is going on with this down here? Why does this keep happening every now and again on the YouTube video?
This will run all the code in that function
bouncing Unity. What is that? What is that?
Just write spawn pipe with empty brackets in both update.
Sorry, 2 secs.
And start. Now the spawn works, we'll have to find and change it everywhere. No good. Instead, we can put the spawn code in a new function and just run that function. So here, below update but above the final curly bracket.
Above the final curly bracket is void something.
We'll make a function called void.
Spawn pipe.
Spawn pipe, and then cut and paste the instantiate code into there. Now we can just write spawn pipe with empty brackets in both update and start. This will run all the code in that function when these lines are executed. And
it kind of makes sense. Spawn pipe. Put the instantiate in there. And then in start, you have spawn pipe. Firework. Hey, you the only one here? You maybe, may not be. Some people on YouTube, some people on Twitch. But in our own little way, aren't we the only ones here for ourselves? That's depressing. Pipe. Then same for you in update. Spawn pipe. Yes? No? No. Spawn pipe pipe. No. Just spawn pipe.
And with that done, it will make a pipe as soon as the game begins, and will make new pipes every time the timer maxes out. Perfect. However, this is a pretty boring game, right?
What's wrong with Flappy Bird? Save, and now... Why does it do that? Why does it do that? Maybe someone needs to learn about Void. Sounds like it. So we get the Void spawn pipe is this, and then this code is what this is looking for and what this is looking for. Yes? Maybe someone, preferably me, could actually look up what a void is. What is a void in coding? Who don't like it? It's amazing. Tell that to all the people that downloaded and made the maker of Flappy Birds like a multi-millionaire so much that they got like freaked out by it and then took the game down. When used as a function return type, the void keyword specifies that the function doesn't return a value. When used for a function's parameter list, void specifies that the function takes no parameters. Okay. Are we any the wiser?
Pipes always come out in the middle. We want them to come out at random heights. So remember that when we wrote the instantiate code, we had to pick a position for the...
So you want a random number. So like random range between something and something. Then you can get your Flappy Bird through it.
The object to appear will change that value. Right now, the pipes always spawn on the same position as the spawner. We want the X value to be the same, but for Y, we want to pick a random point somewhere above or below the spawner. So let's create a public variable for a height offset, maybe 10. And then we'll make a float called lowest point. Because we're making this variable inside the function rather than at the top of the script, it means it can only be used within the function. But it also means we can set it by doing a calculation. So we'll do equals transform.position.y minus height offset. And then we'll make another one for highest point, but this time it's plus height offset. That gets us these two numbers. Then we'll replace the transform.position in our instantiate code. We're going to write new vector 3. We have to write that whenever we're specifying our own numbers for a vector. And then in brackets, we'll specify the x, y, and z values as 3 different floats. For x, we want this to be the same as the spawner, so we'll do transform.position.x. But for y, we can do random.range, and in the brackets for that, we can supply a minimum and maximum point to pick from. That's lowest point and highest point. Then a 0 for z,
cool.
And close the brackets.
So that's how you get the range, is you make the floats of them. Okay.
Back in Unity, nice! The pipes will spawn anywhere between these two numbers. Oh, one last thing. Every time these pipes spawn, they'll appear and move left forever, which isn't great practice.
Forever?
They're off screen and doing absolutely nothing, and yet they're still in memory and running code every frame. And if too many spawn, they'll start to spill out the side of your monitor and make a right mess on your desk. So let's fix that. Now we could make a timer and delete the pipe after a few seconds. But instead, we'll check the X position of the pipe and delete it if it goes past a certain point. We'll borrow the bird to find out the X coordinate of the left of the screen. Looks about -45. In the pipe move script, we'll add a float for a dead zone, -45, and then a simple if statement. If transform.position.x is less than dead zone, then destroy the game object that holds this script. Run it in Unity.
That all makes sense. All makes sense. I think I've got some code to write at some point though. Yeah, we need to do the random range generator for the y-axis.
Inside the
Where spawner. So we need to make another public, private float.
rather
Public
than at the top of the script.
float.
Random heights to appear will change that value. Right now, the pipes always spawn on the. We want to pick a random point offset above or below the
Public
spawner.
float.
So let's create a public variable for a height offset, maybe 10. And then we'll make a float called lowest point. Because we're making this variable as the spawner, we want the x value to be the same, but for y, we want to pick a random point somewhere above or below the spawner. So let's create a public variable for a height offset, maybe 10.
Okay.
And then we'll make a float called lowest point. Because we're making this variable inside the function rather than at the top of the script, it means it can only be used within the function. But it also means we can set it by doing a calculation. So we'll do equals transform.position.y minus height offset.
Okay.
And then we'll make another one for highest point, but this time it's plus height offset.
So lowest is a minus, that will bring it down. Highest is a plus. So the 10 is working off the lowest point and the highest point. Okay. How did you know it was going to be height offset? How did you know?
Gives us these two numbers. Then we'll replace the transform.position in our instantiate code. We're going to write new vector 3. We have to write that whenever we're specifying our own numbers for a vector. And then in brackets, we'll specify the x, y, and z values as 3 different floats. For x, we want this to be the same as the spawner, so we'll do transform.position.x. But for y, we can do random.range, and in the brackets for that, we can supply a minimum and maximum point to pick from. That's lowest point and highest point.
Okay. So, instantiate pipe vector 3. The x position. Then grab a random range for the y position. Between the highest and the lowest.
Then a 0 for z, and close the brackets.
0 for the z axis. Dush. 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 So the pipe. Okay, so the new vector 3. So the new vector 3 is on the x is just the X position. And then Y is random range between lowest point and highest point. And then the Z axis is just 0. Okay.
Back in Unity, nice. The pipes will spawn anywhere, but
What? Hey, you're learning to actually code now. Yes. Sense 1 in the end. Yeah, there's a lot to learn. There's a lot to follow, and following's easy. Understanding is a bit bitty at the moment. Like, there's bits where I'm like, yes, I understand this perfectly. I get it. This is so cool. And then other times I'm like, why is it vector 3? Like, you just have to guess. So the vector 3 means is that there's the 3 things are the X, Y, and the Z axes. I don't know what a void is. I don't know what a vector is. I don't know why the language of transform dot position dot Y is the position of the Y. I don't know why it's transform. All that stuff, still learning. Well, don't know. Yeah, it's learning. Learning is learning.
Between
I'm liking
these
it.
two numbers. Oh, one last thing. Every time these pipes spawn, they'll appear and move left.
Okay, and then you gotta tell me about destroying them, which is find a value over here on the x-axis, probably the reverse of the spawn, which would be, would it be minus 11? Probably minus 11 if the x position, so transform dot position dot x less than something, dead zone, that was it. It's less than dead zones, so we can set this dead zone to 11, then destroy object pipe. A function with void result type ends either by reaching the end of the function or by executing a return statement with no returned value. Yes. That's as much sense for my tiny brain as what Google was telling me here. I don't know what a return statement is. I don't know what a return value is. I'm guessing, well, a return value is the value that's returned after something happens. It's just a way to determine disposition when the function ends. Okay, treat me as if I'm 5, okay? What is disposition? I know what disposition is as a word. I don't know what it means in code. Explain to me like I'm 5. Well, you know how you have one teddy bear and then you put it through a disposition. Yeah. Not a code thing. Oh, okay, gotcha. I need to take a language course in coding. Like what it all means. Where were we? We were having a look at this, were we? So we have the code. Code's looking fine. Transform rotation. We don't need that last bit though, right?
Brackets
do
for
we?
that.
Instantiate pipe vector 3 x random y 0. And do we need the transform position? No, because that is maybe.
We can supply a minimum and maximum point to pick from. That's lowest point and highest point. Back in U,
Why?
0 for Z, and close the brackets.
So we don't need the transform position because we've got that in the vector 3. So that's fine. And then instantiate the rotation. Just the same rotation as the spawn. That's fine. Okay, that does make sense. Does it work in code? Syntax. Cheezoid hate itself. Oh yeah, I haven't actually made the X or Y positions yet, have I? Not the X or Y, the random Y positions. So, scene. Oh god, what do I do? How do I go back? Undo that. Scene? There we go. Pipe spawner. Spawn rate 2. Oh, maybe I should. It helps if you save it. You absolute moron. Let's try this again. Every time. Compiling errors. Syntax. No, syntax. It's always syntax. You shouldn't be. Oh god. Am I in danger for being in C++? But is it good? Have I made the right decision by playing around in Unity and using C++? What? There should be a full stop between now and I. Okay. It's in Unity, and I've been told either to avoid it, but only because of their rancid money-making schemes. But actually, everyone was using Unity when the going was good, so must be good for some reasons. Syntax error, comma. Highest point. Why aren't you blue? Why is lowest point? Oh, it's because you. Oh, it's because the highest point doesn't exist. There we go. There we are. Now we're cooking with propane. Go. Oh, another syntax. Is it syntax? Compile error notification. Good. 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 But what? What is it? What have I done wrong? Oh, there needs to be a comment there. Dush. Dush. Oh. So the instantiate, I don't know why it was giving him like clues as to what to do on the instantiate, and it's not doing it for me. Maybe it's a Mac thing. Where did instantiate? Peak definition? No. Go to definition? No. Cannot navigate to the symbol under the caret. Under the caret. Quick actions and refactorings? Start pressing buttons. You don't need to know. Making it one step instead of multiple. You need IntelliType. Okay. VS Code. This is a good point. Does he say what he's using or how that uses? No. Okay, cool. But that stuff would be handy. I guess it would be like massively handy for actually learning how to code.
Back in Unity.
So now we've got correct syntax. Gosh. Height offset is finally there. Oh god. Okay, this works. Oh my god. This like actually works. Look at that randomness, so random. Wait, what the hell? Why were you like upside down? I don't think that's right. Still gotta delete it, don't we? Oh god, no! Come on, bird of flaps. Come on, birds of flaps. So 10 is too much. So we can end you, change you to 5. And then it should come up with something a little bit more manageable. Cool. Okay. That works. However, I want to change the component. How do I get back to the pipe? Is this pipe? This is the pipe. I want to change this. I want to move these two closer together. So position.
Thanks for the raid.
Whoa, wait, what? Oh god, my heart. My poor, poor heart. Thanks for the raid. Oh my goodness. Hello. Hello, raiders. Hello, everyone. You caught me off guard. Don't worry about it. I know exactly what's happening. I've got this, okay? I've been playing around with some of my stream stuff, so I have absolutely no idea who to thank. 2 seconds. This is good. This is good, though. Irregular Human, thank you for the raid. You are very kind. How's life? How's the stream? What did you do? Tell me everything. Note to self. Why don't I have all of my activities up? Good question. So at the moment I am learning to code for the first time ever. I say the first time ever. I tried it like 5 days ago for a couple of hours, and now I'm back at it, creating Flappy Bird. The flappiest of all birds. Stream was good. Excellent. You work in Unity. Is Unity a good engine to use? I was playing around in Game Maker before, and I got addicted to the visual scripting. So I was just playing with Lego for the longest time. But then my chat actually convinced me to learn to code. So I'm on the first step of the journey. Unity does. Oh, cool, cool, cool. The bird is going well. The bird is teaching us loads. The bird is teaching us mostly that we don't know anything and that we need a whole glossary of different words and lingos and all that fun stuff. Played around for a bit with the competitors. I think like I had a little check online to see what my favorite indie games were made in, and like 90% of them were all in Unity, so it only makes sense. Being able to use scripts gives a lot of freedom. Yes, yes. But also brain ache. Whoa, hey, regular human. Stop jumping. Stop jumping. It's not cool. It's not cool. I am the jumpiest person ever of all time. No worries. Thanks for the raid, by the way. Discord about using VS Code. Yes, I will 100% look into that because that looked really useful. For what was it called? Instantiate. And then what do I do in instantiate? I don't know. I need a drink. By doing prefabs. Yes! We've only just learned about prefabs. I'm playing with a prefab right now, I think, actually. This is my prefab, which I am adjusting. If I make you minus 13, and then bottom pipe 13. Oh my god, yes, it works. Feels like magic. Shouldn't be this easy. I know, like, I am literally just copying, pasting everything this guy is telling me. Like, none of this came from my brain. But one day, I'll be able to make my own magic. You should download VS Code first. Makes it so much easier. That's what I've heard. That's what I've heard. That is on my checklist. I'm going to be doing that. So VS Code, does it tell you what everything does or what you would need to complete a line? You know, yeah, you can tell how clued up I am on the language of coding. It can autocomplete. I like autocomplete. Looking forward to it. Anything to help me. So yeah, it was like instantiate, and then it said to make this work, you need X, Y, and Z. So instead of having to follow a tutorial, I can just follow VS Code. Also a Copilot. Is that an AI thing? Microsoft AI. It doesn't tell you how to complete the line, but it will auto-complete commands and that sort. Variables you've already declared. So what was it? Let me show you. So what was it this guy was doing here? And I was like, oh, that's sick. This.
New game objects. We'll type instantiate and then open the.
So this. So this is some sort of magic. Some sort of coding magic. It's basically just the paperclip, right?
the brackets. In here, the command is asking for some extra details. We can actually flip through these to find different, I don't know, recipes, I guess?
Cool. So this is what I meant. So instantiate object original vector 3 position. Okay, I have no idea what any of that means, but yes, good. So instantiate, I somewhat understand. An existing object that you want to make a copy of. Yeah, that makes sense. There's so much to learn, he said, knowing exactly that this was going to be difficult. I miss my Lego bricks. I miss my Game Maker Legos. I don't. It was as confusing. And this is going to be far more beneficial. Yes, VS Code will be downloaded.
Yes.
So now we've done that bit, we want to start deleting the pipes. Splitting objects. Actually, is it playable with what I've just changed? Is it playable in the slightest? What happens when I play it in scene? Oh, okay, it just goes to game. This is okay. Sick spinning collisions. Okay, stop playing your game. Stop taking of your own supply. Is it okay for you to kind of vent whatever ideas you think could be helpful to me? Yes, 100%. Go for it. Go for it. Vent away. Anything that could help. It might be a bit frustrating for people to watch me code or like learn to code, because the only way that I'm actually going to do it is just by passively learning, just by doing it, as opposed to researching it and learning it the old-fashioned way, like going through a textbook and being like, right, okay, this is what a void is. This is what the other words are. How much do you know about the transform? Not much. So this was actually something that I brought up earlier. Not you, this. So I don't understand the language of transform. Is this what you mean here? Firework, everyone has to start somewhere. Yeah. What is it? The best way to start walking up a hill is with the first step, or something more intelligent than that. Just do it. Nothing to it but to do it. So yeah, is this what you're referring to, the transform? Don't understand the language of transform. Why is it transform? Why is it not just position.y? It's just the part that keeps note of it. So it's so the transform dot position dot. Yes. See, that it makes sense to me. I like, why transform? Like, why is it transform? What's it transforming? Isn't it recording as opposed to transforming?
Than Dead Zone, a character or an enemy. It can be a completely invisible manager. Run it in Unity and bam.
Okay, cool. So every now and again, I like to show off my stupidity and try and do something myself. So we want to despawn the pipes when they reach a certain X position. No, it is literally a transform. When you say literally a transform, for me, I would say like a transform is like from one state to another, as opposed to recording a state. Or is it transform as in like it's a transform from that word? Yeah, that's what's getting me. Okay, cool. That's fine. It's just out of interest. I wonder why? Like, is there a reason for it? Usually there's logic behind stuff. So if I can understand the logic, then I can understand the reason behind it. At least not in this sense. Okay. I wonder how many people these days learn through like online tutorials, online YouTube videos, just anything that you Google, as opposed to opening up like a workbook. How many people still buy like the Idiot's Guide to Coding in C++ from the internet? Yeah. I'm just wondering, would there be any benefit to actually opening up a book? Because one thing that really gets me about at least YouTube videos is like just all the preamble and all the, hey, and today's sponsor is NordVPN. Did you know blah 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 blah? Not YouTube. I'm kind of using YouTube because it works in this like platform, this forum of Twitch. It's like an interactive, hey, come learn to code with me, as opposed to me just reading a long script. From a strictly formed description or from someone else understanding. I don't know. I wasn't very good at research at school. Again, it was just like passive learning. Like you would tell me stuff, I'd remember some, wouldn't remember some. I very rarely actively researched or actively did any like practice. I just got away with it for the most part. So we want to, under update, destroy any pipes. So does it matter where it's being cooled? Hopefully not. So we need to make another if. Maybe? So if, but not timer. If, would it be like game object pipe less than transform dot position dot X dead zone? We need to make a dead zone. There we go. We got there in the end. So public float dead zone equals -11. Did I learn easier from the teacher teaching me in class from the textbook? Yes. I honestly cannot remember. I must have done it at some point. I cannot remember ever picking up a textbook at school. I know that sounds ridiculous, and I 100% did, but I just don't remember. I just remember it being like a massive chore. I was like, I could do that, or I could play some Halo 3 and watch Naruto. And then the ones that I would actually do some research on and read a textbook, I would do quite well. So it's hard to know. I don't have enough data on that. I should try both ways. I should try all ways. At the moment, I'm just enjoying what I'm doing, not taking it seriously. Just chilling and killing. Are we gonna just wing it? Yeah, let's wing it. Okay, so we want a public float. Call it Dead Zone. At the moment, we're gonna have it as -11. And then under update, we have if. This is not going to be right, but it's fine, okay? Do I need to put in game object pipe? Or can I just put in pipe? Game object pipe is less than dead zone. Dead zone. Destroy. In the last one, it was like destroy instance. Right now, you're referencing to the class itself, not to the object. What's the class? That's not a phrase that I've come across so far. It's also not helpful that GameMaker would call stuff one thing and then Unity and C++ is called other stuff. Wow. Okay, I'm just gonna write it out as I see it, and then we can look at how it's done properly. So if the pipe is less than the dead zone, then no, that's not right. Dead zone, pipe object, like transform dot y is less than that, then get rid of that lad fam. Cool. So that's what I'm going for. That's what I'm guessing. It's something along those lines. Dead zone -11. If the game object pipe y position is less than the, that says greater. Is greater, is less than the dead zone, then delete. Whatever the delete is. Am I even showing this? Yes, I am. Class would not be the correct term for this case. Type is better. You have a game object of type pipe. What you need is to get the object of type pipe. So what's the difference between... Oh! Right. Okay. I'm pretty sure they called that something different in GameMaker. No, they didn't. They called it instance. Since you can have multiple, yeah, instance. So you have multiple instances of pipe. So what I don't want to happen is would that mean that if all pipe, no, if one pipe is less than the x-axis, then just delete all pipes. So you want the type. Okay. So if an instance of this thing, then delete this thing. Okay. Formulating this in like coding language is more difficult than just actually understanding it sometimes.
They're dead. Let's do one more point. We'll borrow the bird, 45.
The type pipe does not have the transform because it's not an instance of the game object. Okay, wait. So I think I'm getting confused between type and pipe. So how does it go? So you've got the instance, which is like the one object, and then all of those instances are part of a pipe. Not a part of pipe, a part of a type. And then what's the difference between an object, a type, and an instance? What you need for each object type pipe to check if it is in the dead zone. I can't. My brain can't figure out how to put that in here. So you wouldn't use game object because the game object is the thing. So if the game object is here, you don't want to delete that game object, right? Because the game object is the thing that you make multiples of and make instances of. Okay, that makes sense. So how do you reference a instance? Like I said, I'm like completely new to coding and stuff.
5. In the pipe move script, we'll add a float for a dead zone.
Pipe. Oh! And I'm doing it in spawner. I don't want to do it in spawner. Oh my god. I want to do it in pipe movement. See. So you want it in pipe script. Gotcha. So now what? I can't see what that's deleted. Something ND is one of the ways to get a specific instance.
-45.
Right, so we were right with this. So public float dead zone equals, I want to put it as, what was it, -11?
And then a simple if statement. If transform.position.x is less than dead zone, then destroy the game object that holds this script. Run it in Unity and bam. Script.
Okay, so I was right with a bit of it. So transform position, and then after that, if the transform position of x less than Dead zone. Then destroy object. Wait, go back. Dush. And dush. No. Dush. 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 Bush. Done. Okay. Right. Yes. Yes. If transform, position less than dead zone to Z, dead zone being 11, destroy game object. Okay. Cool, 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 cool. Pipe is made of multiple bricks. One of the bricks is the pipe script. So if you run it within the pipe script, you can reference to the transform of the object directly. Yes, so if you do it in the pipe script. So I was doing it in the spawner, which didn't make any sense. So in pipe script, this is... So every time it spawns... Yes, no, this makes sense. This makes sense. So every time that the pipe spawner spawns a pipe, that pipe itself is referring to itself, as opposed to, like, I don't know what you call it, but like a global thing of if the pipes are here, then delete them. It's every pipe should be running its own script. Okay, cool. Good. Understood. Now, does this work? It would be the same result. Cool. Cool, good. Understood. So, save. Anything I'm missing? Anything I should be considering here? I love ordering things. Okay, you can disappear for the time being. Try it and see. But it's scary. Go. Compiling errors. Cool. So errors. Probably syntax, right? Oh, are you not saved? Was that it? No. So last time I did this, scene view. What have I done? What screen is this? This is new to me. Oh, that's the scene. Okay, so you can move the scene and the game around. Good to know. And double click the error. Is there anywhere in particular? I've got it here as... It has to be fixed before you can enter play mode. In Unity. Nothing's coming up, unless it's this bit here. Usually it does tell me more information. Errors. How do I clear these? Okay, like that. So if I go to, oh, it's a clear button right there. Make sure everything is saved. Save. Have I got enough brackets? Do I have enough brackets? I think I have enough brackets. Just checking for spelling and so on. Missing. Oh, every time. I feel like I should write that on a sticky note somewhere and just put it on my screen. It's that I keep missing, and in Game Maker it was something else. Yes, okay, that makes sense then. It should be that. Whatever that's called. That means like something. Does that mean the end of the line? Still missing after Dead Zone. Oh my god. Oh, it's playing. No, it's not. Should do now. After I save it. Oh, okay, calm down. It's fine. It's fine. I understand. I got it. Stop shouting at me. Stop shouting at me. Now? Dead Zone 11. Thank you. You are so helpful. Thank you so much. Just one of those things. I'd get there eventually, but it takes time. And then remove it at the if statement. Okay. There. There? Yes. I should learn what that thing means. Does it mean like... Is it like a full stop? Is it like, this is a thing? Okay. On to the next thing. Is they? End of the line. So yeah. So if you, I was just wondering about this. If you wanted to make room, could you do this? Does that still work? Do the lines mean it and thing? Or is it just the... Oh god, I've goofed hard. That's still okay. Okay, good to know. So why are you not playing now? Oh, because okay, got it. Pipe script. Okay, there's something wrong with the pipe script. The grand reveal is something is still not working. Right. Clear. Assets. Pipe script. Okay. Pipe script. Error. CS1002. Something expected. Do I need... Oh, that's right there. Oh, what about now? Line 8, character 32. Oh, that's so handy. Ah, we got there. We got there in the end. Cool. So now, the left-hand side, they are deleting themselves. Cool, cool, cool. So line 8, it was this thing here. There we go. A somewhat functioning game. What now? What's the next thing to learn? Thank you. I tried my hardest. I definitely did it all myself and didn't have anyone help me. No, but seriously, godsend. Thank you so much. You are literally the chosen one. Okay, what next, Squire?
Run it in Unity and bam, they're dead. Let's do one more thing, just as a teachable moment. Just before the destroy line, let's write debug.log and then in brackets, pipe deleted. Then back in Unity, you'll see one other panel I skipped during the UI demo. It's a tab next to project called console. Then when we run the game, every time a pipe is deleted, our message is sent to the console. This is a wonderfully useful way to debug our code because we can find out exactly what the code is up to. Recap time. Game object.
That's something I should be considering? Do I care? I mean, I could tell that it was being deleted already. It was no longer in the whatever this is. In the assets, objects, something, whatever this is in a second. It's just an instance, so it was showing me all the different instances. But then under console, this would, if I put in the debug something, it'll tell me every time that it's deleted. Is that useful? Probably. Am I at the stage where that would be useful? No. Debugging problems. Okay. Nothing I'm gonna use at the moment. Good, good, good. Nice. Thank you. What now? I'm not gonna do that thing. I'm not gonna do that debug.
Objects can be
It's really not useful if it's working. It's just nice. It's just noise. Okay. It's useful. Is it something that you can just add later? Like if you want a specific value to be brought up, how would you know where you need to put in the debug?
turned into prefabs by dragging them from the hierarchy and dropping them into the project. You can then drag these into scenes. I use prefabs to create levels in my puzzle game, for example. Or you can make a spawner to instantiate new ones during the game. Timers are a great way to make code happen on a certain interval, but always use time.delta_time to keep things.
Do I know how C# works? Nope. Not a clue. I don't know how any of this stuff works. Oh, so you would look at it specifically when you've got issues. That's all right. I might do that. If I'm having difficulty, I'll look at it as opposed to doing it without knowing why I'm doing it. If that makes sense. And that time.delta time, why is it so timer equals time delta time? So what is delta time? How often, because it was done off of frame rate before, right? So is time like what? Like what is it? I understand that it, like, even if you've got different frame rates, everyone would have like a perfectly aligned delta time, but what is the delta time? Is it like every second? Millisecond? When is it updated?
things consistent across different computers. If statements can have an else gate to make code fire if the condition is not
If
met.
this
You can
do
also
a
have
thing.
else if to make more complicated gates. And you should try to delete game objects if they're no longer needed to free up memory. Okay, our next step is to keep track of the player's score.
UI! I love UI! This is going to be so more complicated than Game Maker, though. AKit is this. It goes through each line of code and executes it, and if you put the debug in an if statement, it will trigger within the if statement because that line of code is within the if statement. Okay. I guess at the moment I don't know what everything I'm doing wrong and everything that I'm coming up against that's an issue is syntax. Like that's it. So I don't know what in which cases I would use the debugging. Not at that level yet, but what you're saying makes sense. Delta time is the time since the last frame. Is the time since the last frame. So how does that work with computers that run at a different frame rate? How does it align? So it's not every frame takes the same amount of time to render. So if I'm running a game with on a 60 frames and another on 144 frames, how does it make sure that the time between them are the same? Because if it's the time between the frames, then obviously the time between the frames of the 60 would be greater than the 144. Delta time will be smaller for the 140 frame one. But I thought the delta time was to make sure that there wasn't that discrepancy between the different frames. What am I missing? What am I missing? Because if you just did timer equals timer, and what's the timer? Is the timer just... If you don't specify that it's delta time, would the script helper, what's it called? The VS Code help me with this? Does it tell you any information in that?
To the player on the user interface. Then we want the score to go up by 1 every time the bird goes through the pipes. So remember that a game object doesn't have to be a physical thing in your game world like a character or an enemy. It can be a completely invisible manager that's just keeping track of critical data like health or time or score.
Yeah.
And then we can make that information visible to the player using a user interface. So let's start by...
So you could have the logic manager give information to the user interface. Which, it makes sense, but just for something as easy as this, I would have thought that you'd be able to have in that object for the logic manager, it also have that user interface and show the point score. If you multiply the distance a character travels in a single update call by the delta time, In 140 frame one, it will slow down the movement more than in a 60 frame running one. So it'll effectively sync the distance. Let me just process that in my brain. I think I understand it. I think I do. So, no, I think I do. I think I do understand it. So if the 140 has a shorter period, then you're not gonna... Then the movement itself isn't going to be as great. But it's going to be cooled more. And then with the 60, it's going to be a greater distance, but not as cooled as much. So they'll sync up. I think. See, what I just said in my head works, but I don't know if that's actually how it works. I don't know how to communicate that in like coding words. Yeah. So in 140, it's moving very slowly. Well, no, it's not moving slowly. So they're moving the same speed-ish, but it's not really the same speed because they're going at different speeds, but just movement is at different times. Is it? It's moving a smaller distance more often. Yes. Yeah.
By making the UI.
Yeah, I could have just said that.
Like everything else, it's a game object in the hierarchy.
Is moving further but less often. Okay, cool. See, okay, so that does make sense. There was another one here. Oh, and this one is also move speed. So when would you have time delta? Are we just talking about when things are moving? And in the script, I don't know if I'm showing. Am I showing? Yeah. So we don't need to put the delta time in the bird script because the bird script is calling the... I don't know if I'm using calling, but is using the rigid body 2D physics inbuilt into Unity. So that just does the delta timeness automatically. Anything that depends on time. So movement, time, space and time, okay. I wonder how it worked out for what he said about Dark Souls 2 weapon durability. So if the temperature changes by a certain amount every second. Gotcha. So delta time's got to be used like a bunch. Like a lot. Okay. That's going to be interesting then. If you use update. So updating, yeah. Oh yeah. So the destroy wouldn't need to because that's not based off of time. Essentially it already uses the if time spawn rate delta blah blah blah. Yes, okay. You're right, yes. So it would never be used in start, but be careful about using it in update. Got it. Fixed update is by default 50 times a second. Weird. Is that weird? Is that weird? Why would you choose 50?
This time go down to UI.
Who uses 50?
And pick text, which...
Oh god, okay. He's teaching us something else and we're not paying attention. Script, go away.
Okay, our next.
But no, that really, really, really super duper helps about the delta time. Actually makes sense in my head now. Wait, 2 seconds. 2 seconds, eh? What are you doing? Sorry, 2 secs. Didn't want to open you. Good. Done. Go.
Next step is to keep track of the player's score
Ooh-wee.
and show it to the player on the user interface. Then we want the score to go up by 1 every time the bird goes through the pipes. So remember that a game object doesn't have to be a physical thing in your game world like a character or an enemy. It can be a completely invisible manager that's just keeping track of critical data like health or time or score. And then we can make that information visible to the player using a user interface. So let's start by making the UI. Like everything else, it's a game object in the hierarchy. This time go down to UI and pick
Ooh-wee.
text, which may be under legacy. We'll need to zoom really far out on the scene view.
Oh god, okay. Object. Create GUI. Legacy text. Scroll out 1,000,000 miles.
To actually see the UI. To make sure the UI looks the same on every device, we'll pick this new canvas game object and set the canvas scaler component's UI scale to scale with screen size, and choose a sensible reference resolution. I'm going to use 1080p again. We can then move our text around. You'll notice that UI has a rect transform rather than a normal transform. The most important thing to note is that
who
you don't
transform?
really want to rather than a normal transform.
Rect.
The most important thing to note is that you don't really want to mess with the scale of elements, instead change the width and height. I'll then increase
What
the
the
font
hell's
size and
rect?
set.
Get rickety wrecked, son. Rect transform rectangle. Oh. That's easy enough. And trigger will only be called on invoke. So for example, having an object with a collider, that is a trigger. It will trigger on each collision. So it will not be every frame or essentially update. So you could use that for detecting if the pipes are off screen by having an object to the left of the screen which has a collider that is triggered as it triggers the deletion of the object that it touches. That makes sense. So which one makes sense? They both make sense. They both work. Which one's more efficient? Is it within the script, the pipe can tell if it's in the dead zone, or is collision the better? If you have more pipes, so it would help. It would help because not every pipe is running that little bit of script, that line of code. But we're getting away with it because there's not many pipes. Okay.
Default text
Cool,
to
cool.
0, and then check it all looks nice on the game view. Okay, now we want to make a script that will store the player's score and change the number on the UI to that score.
So I'd be doing like if what? If the position of the pipe reaches X, then increase score point by 1? Or would it be something? Yeah, must be.
We'll make a game object called Logic Manager.
A logic
and
your manager.
A script. This script is going to keep track of high-level information like the player's score, and it will have various meta-level functions that we can run.
Meta.
So we'll delete, start, and
I
update.
hate
We
meta.
don't need them in this script.
So it would not be, for example, 20 pipes looking each frame if they are off screen, but a single object would be checking if anything collides with it, which then it could delete. Okay, no, that makes perfect sense.
We can always
Happy
add
with
them
that.
back later if we change our mind. We want to store a number for the player's score. This time we don't want a float because we only ever want round numbers. So let's do an int instead.
Okay, I'm going through my lingo. So int is integer, which is just a single number. There's a boolean. Is a boolean just it's a 1 or is there 1 or minus 1? So integer, whole number, boolean is 1 or minus 1, and then a float is anything that could have a decimal point. True or false? Okay. So why have I got it? Okay, so like 1 and minus 1 can be a boolean? Or is that something completely different? Floating decimal point. Why is it floating? It needs some physics applied to it.
That's an integer, no decimal places. And because we want to update the UI text we just made, we will, as always,
What happens if you don't call it as a... I'm saying calling like I know what calling means. What... what would happen if you don't have it as an integer and you plus 1? What would happen? Like, would it not... Even if it was a float, but you can only plus 1. The 1 would always be just, you know, a whole number. Depends on the language, it could be 0, 1. Okay. I think it was something else. Is there another word? I don't know. I shouldn't have gone on to Game Maker first. It's confused me. But there was something that they called -1 and 1, and that was it.
have to make a reference to it. Except text doesn't seem to be as hatters. And because we want to update the UI text we just made, we will, as always, have to make a reference to it. Except text doesn't seem to be a thing. Well, by default, a script only loads in stuff you need for basic Unity functionality. But if we go up to the top and type using unityengine.ui, we can now access more functionality, in this case, UI stuff. Now we can make a reference to text. We'll need to drag the text component into this field back in Unity. Because we're referencing a component on another game object, the text on the UI, the best way to do this is to just drag the whole game object into our slot. This will
So you're dragging the text into the script. And that's the score text. Still don't know why Logic Manager and text need to be as separate objects. I mean, it probably does make sense, but can't it just all be in one thing? Turned into over an hour. No worries about it. We've just been learning and doing it all solo. It's very impressive. I haven't been using your chat to help me code. They are being very helpful. Floating decimal point is that the decimal point means the decimal point is not at a fixed position. Double is a number with a fixed decimal point. Oh, I've not come across a double before. Decimal point with no fixed position. Right, okay, so the reason why you want it to be an integer and not a float is also because it's simpler and it's only looking for whole numbers as opposed to looking for entire integers or like decimal points and stuff. So if you have a score, you just want it to look at the score. You don't want it to look at all the decimal points. Could be like, you know, infinite 001. And yeah, okay, cool, yeah. That makes sense. Told you. Sometimes stuff sticks.
Automatically find the text component for us. Handy. So now we want to make a function, and we'll call it addScore. And because we're going to run this function from other scripts, we'll set it to public void. This function needs to do two things. Add 1 to the player's score. Easy enough, we know how to do that now. And change the text on the UI to be this number.
Let's go.
The text box is looking for a string, a sequence of characters, and
string. String. String, integer, float, boolean. What was the one that you mentioned that was new to me? A double.
And our score is an integer. They look identical to us humans, but robots are fussy. Easily fixed, mind you, by adding .toString to the game score.
Sorry, I missed all that. What?
And our score is an integer. They look identical to us humans. Oh, the text box is looking for a string, a sequence of...
A string is a list of characters, so a character list, so not necessarily a number. String. Could it be alphanumerical?
Of characters, and our score is an integer. They look identical to us humans, but robots are fussy. Easily fixed, mind you, by adding .toString to the game score. To make sure this works, let's give ourselves the power to run this function from Unity. Okay.
I am hitting a wall with what we're meaning here.
The text box is looking for a string.
The text box is looking for a string. Oh, so you just make it. The text box is looking for a string. So it can't just be player score. So it cannot implicitly convert type int to string. Oh. Okay. So score text always has to be a string. So you just convert the int to string. Yes.
This function needs to do two things. Add 1 to the player's score. Easy enough, we know how to do that now. And change the text on the UI to be this number. Oh, the text box is looking for a string, a sequence of characters, and our score is an integer. They look identical to us humans, but robots are fussy. Easily fixed, mind you, by adding .toString to the game score.
So the .toString is converting the player score from the integer to a string? Just any character. Okay, cool. So is there a fancy word for something that is just letters? Or would that always be a string? Does it matter? Would there be any use of that? Don't know. There's probably no point in just calling a string with just letters, right? If you define one yourself. Okay, there's no like universal language for that.
To make sure this works, let's give ourselves the power to run this function from Unity itself.
In Unity itself, because at the moment it's using the text, which is being used in unity.ui.
All we need to do is write context menu and a name above the function. Now in Unity, while the game is running, hit the little dots on this script and pick the function. Nice. This sort of thing comes in real handy for testing. Okay, so now that we know the function runs, we specifically want to run it when the bird goes.
Oh. Okay. Yeah, limit the input the user can give. Yeah, makes sense. I guess there's like reasons why you may want to do it, but yeah. Like you said, why bother?
Goes between the pipes.
There's only, set amount of
And
letters.
the way to do this is collisions. Now, if two objects have colliders, they will bash into each other. In fact, in our game, the bird will already crash into the pipes because we've added colliders to both. However, you can also have invisible colliders called triggers. They don't create an actual collision, but they do let you know that two objects have touched and you can run code at that moment. So we're going to put...
The pipes must have two different... yeah, Are the pipes going to have two different collisions? Or if you just hit the pipe, or hit the overall collision of the mother pipe, that would just add the score.
a trigger in between the pipes, so we know that the bird has
Oh,
passed.
okay, in between them. Oh, yeah. So they've got their own, like, actual collision and their... whatever he called it. Trigger collision.
Through them, and then at that moment, we'll run add score. Let's open up the prefab for the pipes.
You can have the player have the collider instead of the pipe. Right, sell it to me. Why would you want to have it not in the score counter? It's not good for this case. Okay, so in the scenario that I said, like, why, if you were to just have one collider, I don't know, I don't like it. Yeah, what I was thinking is like just the whole pipe. So if you hit it, wait, because then you could hit it multiple times and get multiple score. Yeah, ignore what I'm thinking. Ignore
We'll make
it.
another game
Ignore
object
everything I'm
in the
thinking.
middle, and it needs a box collider. Let's make it this sort of shape, and
Yep,
this time
okay.
we'll tick the box is trigger. Finally, let's add a script to this new middle game object. Beneath update, type onTrig, and the autocorrect will help us type out onTrigger enter 2D. Just press tab to autofill. Anything in this function will run whenever an object first hits the trigger. There's also onTrigger exit and onTrigger stay for future reference. And it's in here that we want to run the add score function that we wrote earlier, except, once again, this script doesn't know about any other scripts in the game until we make
.ui?
a reference to it. So we can write
No.
public logic script logic. But back in Unity, you'll quickly realize that you can't drag the script into this slot. You can't drag it from the project panel. We can only talk to an instance of a script that lives on a game object. but we also can't drag from the scene into the prefab.
Just tell me how to do it. Just tell me how to do it. This is something that I've always had a pet peeve about, like teachers, coaches, like tutorials. They're like, oh, you can't do it this way. You can't do it that way. You could do it this way, but that would cause an error. Just tell me how to do it correctly. Just tell me how to do it correctly.
That's because the pipe doesn't exist in the scene yet. It will only exist when the game is running and the spawner starts making pipes. So instead, we'll need to fill this reference using code, and this needs to happen when the pipe first spawns. To do this, we'll need to help the code find the logic script. To do this, take the
actual learning happens as soon as you make the mistakes. And I know what the mistakes are going to be. It's gonna be syntax. It's gonna be, I didn't put a semicolon or a bracket, or I spelt it transform instead of transform. Let me just unpack what he's just said about the have to run a script instead of have Visual Studio downloaded. Yeah, I've got Visual Studio. Yeah, this guy right here.
first hits the trigger. There's also on-trigger exit and on-trigger stay for future reference. And it's in here that we want to run the add score script in buttons to it.
But go back, I want to hear all the scripts.
Doesn't know about logic script, the script of a script fab. That's because game object.
Amazing.
You'll quickly realize that you can't drag the script into this slot. You can't drag it from the project panel. We can only talk to an instance of a script that lives on.
Okay, so we're in the middle. So we can't... What? I'm so confused at this bit.
Can't drag it from the project. Run the add score function that we wrote earlier, except, once again, this script doesn't know about any other scripts in the game until we make a reference to it.
Now you see it telling you in the top left corner of it that you're working with miscellaneous files. You need to change the settings in Unity. It'll work better. What? What exactly is your question? I don't know. I don't understand this bit. Maybe if I like start doing it with him, it would make more sense. So what are we saying about the Visual Studio? Miscellaneous files. And it will work better? When you say work better, like, in what way? Maybe if I get to the end of this bit, it'll make more sense.
So we can write public logic script logic. But back in Unity, you'll quickly realize that you can't drag the script into this slot. You can't drag it from the project panel. We can only talk to an instance of a script that lives on a game object. But we also can't drag from the scene into the prefab. That's because the pipe doesn't exist in the scene yet. It will only exist when the game is running and the spawner starts making pipes. So instead, we'll need to fill this reference using code, and this needs to happen when the pipe first spawns. To do this, we'll need to help the code find the logic script. To do this, take the game logic object and look at the top of the inspector. You'll see tags. From the drop-down, choose
This is all new to me.
Tag. Make a new tag called, say, logic. And make sure you go back to the game object and actually set this new tag. You will forget to do this approximately 8,000 times in your Unity career, so look forward to that. Now, back in the pipe middle script, under start, we can write new tag. From the drop-down, and look at the top of the inspector. To do this, take the game logic object and look at the top of the inspector. You'll see tags. From the drop-down, choose add tag. Make a new
Oh,
tag.
okay, right. I was like, what is going on? Where is he adding the logic the second time? But you've got to create the tag and then assign the tag. Got it. Which will make it better at showing you the mistakes you've made since... oh, okay. If you know where that setting is. Edit preferences, external tools. External script editor. Okay, cool. Is that it? Is that all I need? Anything else I need to do? Wait, does that mean that it will load up what you told me it would load up? Hey, sick. Have to restart, okay. Is there, like, what's the massive benefit to it? Well, tell me more about my errors. Do-do-do-ba-do-ba-do-ba-do. Scoop-a-doo-a-doo-ba-doo-ba-doo-ba-doo. God. Why do I like this so much? Why do I like learning to code? I think it's because it's like a mystery. It's like a puzzle you have to solve. There's a lot of information. It's like learning a video game for the first time. It's like, what the hell does luck mean? I remember playing a game back in the day called Wild Arms. And it had a status effect called Curse. And I was like, bro, what does that even mean? Wild Arms. Is it Curse? Curse increases the random battle rate. So as soon as you use it, level 3 party members can easily hit level 10 via dungeon you must enter after all 3 introduction dungeons are visited. Yeah, I'm just like, what is this? So that's... feel like I'm 5 again, just having to learn all these basic language. It'll show you all the functions. For example, if you type game object, it will show you all the possible functions. Oh, cool. So what's the difference between that and the VS Code? VS Code? What was it called? Yeah, VS Code. Wait, is that what you guys are talking about? Wait, is the VS Code just the Visual Studio Code? Wait, it is the thing? I've been using it wrong the entire time? It's been there? Okay, maybe I will reset. Save. Save you. Probably need to save the scripts as well. I don't think I've changed anything in you. Okay, you go. You go. Let's try that again. First project. You, and then load up the scripts. Where was the thing that I was the instantiate? That would have been in Pipe Spawner. Do I trust Visual Studio to download all of my internets? Yeah, what's the worst it can do? There we are. Okay, so you're up. The hell's this thing? So that's the GitHub Copilot. Signing into GitHub or starting a free trial. Free trial? Can't afford not to. Now it's telling you it is working with assembly at C#, which is a good sign. So this is the thing that was showing on his, that is now showing on me. So game object, instantiate the game object. Wait, it looks different. What's the bit in green mean? There's a bit... Huh? Because I'm not putting all of those in. All I have is just instantiate, then pipe, and then the transforms, and then the rotations. But here it's got game object, object, dot instantiate, game object, and then all the different positions. I'm so confused. This is handy for it telling me about the local variable, float, lowest point. Good. By typing in game object. It needs to be capitalized. Game object, but spelt correctly. And then what? Oh, the dot. The dot, the dot! Dot. Not showing the options. No, maybe if I just try and type it from the beginning. Object dot Mimomo. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. But this bit's new, is it? Okay, so
say logic.
think I'm
Make sure you
following.
go back to the game object and actually set this new tag. You will forget to do this approximately 8,000 times in your Unity career, so look forward to that. Now, back in the pipe middle script, under start, we can write logic equal.
Now it also underlines when you forget the... Yes, perfect. So I do that. Oh, it does it! Look at it go! Wait, is that what you mean? Yes. Oh, that is so good. So good. what do these bits mean here? The yellow line. Usually it was like showing up as green before, right? What does this mean? Change. No, oh, change not saved. So Dush saved. Cool.
Game object dot find game object with tag logic. This will look for the first game object in the hierarchy with the tag logic. In our case, there will only ever be one in the scene, so we know it will always find the right one, but do be mindful of that. And then we can add dot get component logic script. So, as soon as a new pipe spawns, it will look through the hierarchy to find a game object with the tag logic.
I already hate UI.
Then it will look through the object's components to find a script of the class logic script. And if it finds one, it will put that in our reference slot. It has done the exact same thing as dragging and dropping the component in the Unity editor, except it has done it instantly during runtime. Excellent. So now, the pipe's middle script can find and talk to the logic script. And if we write logic.addScore, this will run that code. Back in Unity, hit play, and if we did everything right, the score will go up by 1 when we pass between the pipes. Oh, just for future-proofing and whatnot, let's make sure that it was actually the bird that went through. We'll do this by putting the bird on a layer and checking if the colliding object was on that layer.
Why would it not be the bird? Because it could be something else. Wait, what? What? What?
We'll do
I need to go back. Why would you
approximately
have the collider?
any other scripts in the game.
I need to go back to the collider bit.
Specifically want to run it.
Why would you have it the bird touching the collider as opposed to the... Why would you have it as the bird triggering the invisible collider as opposed to the... No, it does make sense. So I was thinking, why wouldn't you have the pipes ask every frame if they're at X position like we have with the dead zone? But it does make sense for the bird to be the one that's triggering it and running the script.
When the bird goes between the pipes. And the way to do this is collisions. Now, if two objects have colliders, they will bash into each other. In fact, in our game, the bird will already crash into the pipes because we've added colliders to both. However, you can also have invisible colliders called triggers. They don't create an actual collision, but they do let you know that two objects have touched and you can run code at that moment. So we're going to put a trigger in between the pipes so we know that the bird has passed through them, and then at that moment we'll run add score. Let's open up the prefab for the pipes. We'll make
let's start putting all this in, shall we?
Okay, our next step is to keep track of the player's score and show it to the player on the user interface.
You only got over there?
We want the score to go up by 1 every time the bird goes through the pipes. So remember that a game object doesn't have to be a physical thing in your game world like a character or an enemy. It can be a completely invisible manager that's just keeping track of critical data like health or time or score. And then we can make that information visible to the player. Everything is text, which may be under legacy. We'll need to zoom really far out on the scene view to actually see the UI. To make sure the UI looks the same on every device, we'll pick this new canvas game object and set the canvas scalar component's UI scale to scale with screen size.
Scale?
The UI looks this really far out and pick text, which may be under legacy. We'll need to zoom really far out on the scene view to actually see the UI. To make sure the UI looks the same on every device, we'll pick this new canvas game object and set the canvas scalar component's UI scale to scale with screen size.
because I'm not in Canvas. I need to be in Canvas. Okay, Canvas, scale mode, scale with screen size. Zoom, 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 zoom. Wait, where am I? There it is. We also wanted to... We wanted to do a few things. Yeah, okay. Let's just continue.
Choose a sensible reference resolution. I'm going to use 1080p again.
That's what we need to do. Right, reference resolution 1080.
We can then move our text around. You'll notice that UI has a rect transform rather than a normal transform. The most important thing to note is that you don't really want to mess with the scale of elements, instead change the width and height. I'll then increase the font size and change the most important UI. I'm going to use 1080p again. We can then move our text around. You'll notice that UI has a rect transform rather than a normal transform. The most important thing to note is that you don't really want to mess with the scale of elements, instead change the width and height. I'll then increase the font size and
change you. What?
set the default width. UI has a use 1080p again. We can then move our text around. You'll notice that UI has a rect transform rather than a normal transform. The most important thing to note is that you don't really want to mess with the scale of elements, instead change the width and height. I'll then increase.
I am a bit lost right now. So how do we change the size of it? Where have you gone? Oh, like that. Oh, so you were doing the thing. Wait, just copy what he's got. What has he got? He's got it as 342 and 373. What's my what canvas am I working with? Because that is not working. Can I just do this? Yes. Can I just do it manually? Yes. Okay. We got it small, we got it in the right place.
Increase the font size and set the default text.
Default text to 0. And it's gone. And it's gone.
To 0, and then check it all looks nice on the game view. Okay, now
oh, because we were changing legacy? Wait, no, canvas? Change legacy, which is here. So default text to 0. Right? You 0. Hey Vault, how's it going? How are we?
Script that will store the player's score and change the number on the UI to that score. We'll make a game object called and nice font size and
so we probably need to increase font size. No? Is that not what it is? No? Okay. Okay, what font do we want? Legacy runtime? Kind of font is that? Learning to code is a challenge. It is a challenge. I don't know if I'm tackling it the right way. I'm just following tutorials at the moment. Some bits are working and sticking, which I suppose is great, but I don't know if there's something a little bit more efficient I should be doing. But it's entertaining for me doing it this way. That tutorial looks outdated. It uses the legacy text components. This was the 2nd of December 2022. But he does say to use the text legacy. Well, what would you be using? How would you do it differently?
Set the default text to 0, and then
Text Mesh Pro. Is that as a one of these? Text Mesh Pro. Okay. Looks good. It's probably something that I should be doing. But if we're following the tutorial, I don't want to use a different object type and then me get shouted at by the computer. It's the current text system. He did say it was the legacy in here, so he is using the legacy for some reason.
then check it all looks nice on the game view. Okay, now we want to is that you don't really want to mess with the scale of elements, instead change the width and height. I'll then increase the font size and set the default text to 0, and then check it all looks nice on the game view. Okay, now we want to make a script that will store the player's score and change the number on the UI to that score.
So how do I... Wait a second. I feel like it's the font that's the issue here. Apparently find the setting I need. Oh, sick. What, for the VS Code shenanigans? Can't see my screen. Ah, yes. This is true. Ush. Dush. Right, okay. So... Text legacy. Position. Doesn't really matter about the position, does it? Wait, what about these? Width and height. I mean, they shouldn't need to be that big. Pivot. Good, good. Moment I'm literally just copying everything. Blah, blah, blah. Good. Okay, nothing's showing. Push. Select font. Doot, doo doo, doo doo, doo 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 doo. Pass. I don't know how to make it Arial. You only have one font. Is it something I need to import? Do I need to import fonts? Surely not. Still can't see the other half. Bush. Do 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 do. Tools option text editor. Tools options text image. Tools. Alvaro, hey, how's it going? Show VS? VS? This? Oh, it's in here. Right, yeah. When it's not in Unity, it's in VS. Gotcha. Right. So we have tools, options, text editor. And in there, enable auto list members and parameter information. They are selected. I got both of them selected there. Oh, what about, wait, it's got hide advanced members. If I unselect that, will that help? Okay, maybe that was it. Was this for the VS Code thing? All right, let's save and then go back in and go back out. And go back in. So, who were we in? We were in Spawner. Oh, can't see the settings though. Yeah, it's only showing the screen and not the rest of it. I've got tools. What's the issue? A lot of issues. It's just I'm the issue, to be fair. So the issue at the moment is, well, there's two issues. One, I can't get the VS Code thing to work, but that's fine. So we don't need it right now. The other thing was we can't get the fonts to come up for our text. Right, let's try this again. Options. Text editor. All languages. You're just watching at this guy because you have no context. What is this guy talking about? I'm just struggling with menus that you can't even see. Enable virtual space. Sorry, Alvaro. This is definitely not very interesting for you right now. Wait, if this is, wait, is this just for the VS Code or is this for the font issue? If you disable auto list, this is for the VS. We can hold fire on that at the moment. Wait, where's VS gone? Why are you not showing VS? Oh, it's because I need to load it up again. Why can't you just remember what it's called? So what I actually need right now is to solve this font issue. Why does it not show me the options of the different fonts? Just use TMP. Maybe if I just use TMP, that'll be the end of it. Good shout. So in here, so canvas, UI, if I just copy the same stuff on here. Font, asset, non-font. Do I need to like download fonts or something? Why can't I find fonts? What's the issue? I just can't get any fonts. 0. Position is there. So width is the thing I need to change the bits on. Okay, I'm trying to follow along with this tutorial.
Okay, our next step is to...
And I hope
game object
it's gonna be the same for TMP than it is for Legacy.
On the everything
I
else.
mean, it is the updated version. In the TMP examples and extras, there are a couple of fonts. How would I access that? Oh, by the way, I am completely new to coding. If this like gives you any context, like I probably haven't even done 12 hours. I've probably done 12 hours of copying over a tutorial in Game Maker in the project. What is this? Import TMP Essentials. That sounds like it could be good. Is that all I need to do? Wait, is that all I want? What am I even looking at? What have I downloaded? Quite essential. A note to self. Just accept anything that's showing as essential. It's in the name. So the thing with that's slightly different, it probably doesn't make it any difference though, is when he first created the text legacy thing, it showed like a new text, so I could tell where it is. This, I don't know where it is. I have position? It's not, it doesn't seem to have position. A Y position? 50-50. Oh, maybe it's because I need two. No, that's right. What's all this? Font size. No. Oh, okay. Quite essential. You can also get the examples and extras to get some more fonts. Okay, as long as we have some fonts, at least a font. Liberation Sans. The best type of sans. Okay. Did MZ message not send? Which one, sorry? Scroll out. What are you doing over there? What the hell's that? What? What? Oh, I found my 0. Thank you. The canvas is giant. You can just double click on the object. Shh. No way. So I'm like here, I'm like, oh, where is it? I don't know. It's right there. It's right there. Thank you. Too kind. Canvas related stuff is gigantic. I don't know what I'm doing. So the canvas and the game scene are different. Cool. No, this all makes sense. So then what do I want to do to fix that? Change this? And then that will change the reference resolution? No? Oh, What am I missing? Scale with screen size. Oh, it's because it's scaling with my screen. Okay, got it. Now, where's my camera? Main camera. It's down there. Okay. My God, I'm so sorry. Waiting for a mod review. Oh, sorry. What is it you're posting? That border is not the canvas, that's the camera. So this is the camera. And then that's the canvas, yes? Cool. Nice. Thank you. I appreciate your patience. Do you have the Nugget with 1G package installed in Visual Studio? Nugget with 1G package. How would I check that? I've never used like Visual Script other than just typing in stuff. Correct, HUD object scaling is a whole nother thing. Whole new kettle of fish. Right, so this is good. Now I know that if I need to find a object, I can just double click it. And then we want to put our... Wait, that's not right. So now I need to change the position of the canvas, right? Or do I need to... Why is the canvas up there? Why is it doing this? How do I change it? Because now we've solved this, so we can move that to wherever we want. Does it matter? What is the canvas? Let me just throw more questions at you. So you can do that. Width. Is it the width we were playing around with? Font size. There we go. Here we are. The canvas resizes itself on runtime to fit the canvas. Think of the canvas as a bigger version of the camera that acts as an overlay and scales itself to fit the camera. Oh. Wait. So I don't want to fit the text in the canvas over the camera. I want to position it in the canvas. World scaling doesn't apply to the canvas. Exactly. Oh, so me putting it like here, it wouldn't show, but me putting up here would. Okay, cool. So what's like the done thing then? Would you want to move over there? Please move over there. Okay, so if I ran the game, my text of 0, oh, it's gone. Where's it gone? What have I done? Oh, it's because it's there. And position. Why? How do I? What have I done? I flipped it. All right. Okay, so now if I ran that, it's almost as if chat was right. Cool, so it does work like that. Not that I ever doubted you, but it's cool to see it in action. Amazing, thank you so much. The canvas is my screen, okay. Check if you have Nugget. What is Nugget? What is it? If you just switch to the get, yeah. You also want to anchor it. Click the square in the rect transform. Anchor presets. So what does... Oh, wait, does that mean what I think it means? No. What does it mean? This is where its anchor point is. So anchor point would be center. Gotcha. So that is the anchor point. So do I want it like top left? Top left. Yeah, yeah. Nice. We're getting there. It seems necessary for the block with the recommendations to work. Okay, so is it... Did you say it was in VS I'm looking for? Package manager in the tools options. Options. Nougat. Yes, I have Nougat. And then what was I checking for Nougat? Nougat G. I've got clear all Nugget storage. Allow Nugget to download missing packages. I've got nugget.org. I have no idea what I'm doing. VS being VS. Okay, cool. Good. Good. Right. So, if you want to understand the top left square in the rect transform component of the text, it's the closest border point of the screen to the object for correct scaling and resizing resolution. Try and find this in the meantime. Sorry, it's probably me. It's probably something I've done. Right, okay, so sorry if, to everyone, just sorry. Thanks for bearing with me. You guys are actually amazing. You are wizards. So, my canvas, my camera, different. The canvas is, it like scales to the camera. Yeah. For me to look at the UI in game, I would go here, but in the scene, would people normally have it so the canvas and the camera align, or would that just confuse things? It's close to the top left. Okay. Oh, okay. So yeah, it would work with all of them. So like bottom left would be bottom left. Makes sense. It would help if you display your screen. It would. You are correct. It's something that I need to figure out. Probably not going to do that now because it is 11:15 and I do need to sleep. And half of my issues right now is probably me just getting tired at this point. So what was I going to do? I was going to... We've got text coming up. Let's finish this bit. Oh, the other reason why I could probably do that sharing my screen anyway. Yeah, I should just share my screen for next stream.
In the hierarchy. This time go down to UI.
You guys know what you're talking about.
Text, which may be under legacy. We'll need to zoom really far out on the scene view to actually see the UI. To make sure the UI looks the same on every device, we'll pick this new canvas game object and set the canvas scaler component's UI scale to scale with screen size, and choose a sensible reference resolution. I'm going to use 1080p again. We can then move our text around. You'll notice that UI has a rect transform rather than a normal transform. The most important thing to note is that you don't really want to mess with the scale of elements, instead change the width and height. I'll then increase the font size and set the default text to 0, and then check it all looks nice on the game view. Okay, now we want to make a script that will store the player's score and change the number on the UI to that score. We'll make a game object called Logic Manager, and we'll give it a script. This script is going to keep track of
Logic Manager. Add component. Script. Logic script.
high-level information like the player's score, and it will have various meta-level functions that we can run.
Oh, and we probably need to call it as it should be. You rename as Logic Manager. Yeah.
So we'll delete start and update. We don't need them in this script. We can always add them back later if we change our mind. We want to store a number for the player's score. This time we don't want a float because we only ever want...
We don't want it as a float, we want it as an integer. I think. We want it as an integer, but the text, to display the text, it needs to be as a string? Do. Turn numbers to strings. Good, because I don't understand why the text can't read an integer. It's simple. It's easy. I'll teach you. Teach you how to read integers. They're just numbers. Nothing to be scared about. Is it because... Right. Is it because a integer and a float aren't actually like things? They're just things. They're not actually things, right? So then a string makes it into a thing. Thing to read from. Passed it manually since they're completely different types. So it said when he was putting it onto VS that it doesn't inherently convert the integer to a string, so you have to do it manually. Okay. Strings are text and numbers. So you have to turn them to text, yes. Because an integer and all of that good stuff isn't actually text readable. So we have where do we start? We can start deleting from. I want to make sure I've got all the brackets. Yeah? Just everything below? Except for that. Dush. You start with a new bracket. Oh, and you need to delete this as well. Oh, it's already there. Okay. So, a new public integer of player score. Computers understand stuff. I get it. I'll just have like really inane questions and then just realize it's the way it is because of it's the way it is. But it does make sense. I think I understand why it can read a string and not an integer.
Round numbers. So let's do an int instead. That's an integer. No.
Try not to put random spaces on stuff. Have I? Ah, invisible spaces. Code style consistent. So have I done something? So as it stands here, have I done anything wrong? Random spaces aren't really affected, but code looks... Oh, okay. Yeah. Just make it look wrong. Yeah, I would want things to look nice and fresh. You have a space before your closing bracket. Ah! Okay, cool. Thank you. I need to learn about... What would you call it? Like the etiquette? Like coding etiquette. Like what's a good way? So if anyone was to read it, they'd be like, yeah, that's all fine. That looks all good. As opposed to it's still working technically, but it just looking like ass. Also looks like your Visual Studio is not configured. That's something that we were playing around with earlier. So what's telling you on here that it's not configured? How can you tell? The worse code looks, the less understandable it is. Yeah, you'd want to go back into it and then be like, yeah, I know what I'm looking at. Unity's library is not detected. Unity's library is not detected. This, where? Which could maybe fix it. Cool, yeah, throw it at me, thank you. Certain objects are not highlighted. Yeah, we were finding that earlier. We like color. Mono behavior isn't. Oh, okay, cool. So, Cupole? What have you got for me? Project settings. Oh, IntelliSense. That's the thing that we were looking for earlier. Go to project settings in Unity. Unity. Here we go. Unity, project settings. Build settings? Project settings. Visual scripting. Initialize visual scripting. Okay, it's doing something in visual scripting. Because I had to enable it in visual scripting. Visual scripting or Unity first? Dock the window. Yes, I will do. 2 secs. I'll just do this. He says, taking forever to do it. I'm just gonna share my screen. Right, 2 seconds. Do. What happens if I do this? Visual Studio does not have the option of showing the suggestions list enabled. There's no problem in regards to Unity. I think that's it. I think that's it. I think we've just done it. Right, let me try this. No. The 2 things, yes, I will. Sorry. Tools, options, IntelliCode. Whoa! Hey, thank you. Thank you, Capole? I'm not even sure it would help if we can see anything. Right, 2 seconds. Let me do that first. Whoa! Hey! Alvaro, thank you for the follow. Appreciate you guys. You are actually the best. Screen capture. Mr. Streamer Man, did you actually listen to the people that are helping you? What a novel idea. Dush. Dush. Screen capture. Make sure all my hentai is hidden. Which one do we want? We want you. This one. Done. Put you down here. My god, this feels so wrong. Literally opening up my heart to you guys. Not that anything would be up here, but I'm just making sure that there's, like, nothing cray-cray. Doesn't look like there is. Good. Just ignore anything that's, like, doxing me, okay? Transition. Oh. Coupole. Oh, Capole. Thank you, Capole. And Alvarez, you are just helping me so much, you guys. So, right, let's go back, shall we? So Kupol, where was your thing? Installing the plugins in the Visual Studio installer and setting the IDE in the project settings. We already set Visual Studio as the text editor of Visual Studio. We did, yes. First would be tools. Are we doing this in VS? Let's do it in do I need to open it up as a separate thing? Or can I just do it? I don't know. I'm here doing something different. Thank you so much. Yeah, it's nice. You could do it on your own, but it's nice to have the company and people to be like, hey, you need to close your bracket. I was like, oh yeah. You need to put a semicolon. Oh yeah. You need to install Visual Studio IntelliSense, whatever it's called. So what do we say? We've said tools, options, text editor. Where? What? Can't see. Oh god. It's because right. Because I've got on a different thing, right? Sorry guys. I'm so sorry. I am the worst. Literally the worst. I put you. Why are you not moving? Oh, because you were there. Okay. Look at it in all its glory. Why are you not showing in all your glory? Did I transition? Literally showing my screen. It's there. I can see it. You're on that screen. You're covering that screen. Why are you not showing? Why are you not seeing my screen? Why is it hiding the text? Oh. Okay, it's 11:30. My brain is shut. I don't understand why it's not. My screen is being shared. Why are you not showing VS? Why are you not showing that? Like, it's literally there. I'm looking at it. Yeah, but there's a lot of stuff, and it is late for me. Wait a second, there you are. What are you doing? Oh my god, I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot, literal idiot. 5 guesses what I did. I had the window capture for Unity over the display capture, so that's why it was still showing the stuff at the bottom. Okay, cool. Unity always at front. You got it. Got it in one. The Unity window. You guys, you know everything. Cool. So now we've actually got it working. Sick. So, going back. Now let's see. Now you can actually help me. So we had options. What did we have? Text editor? So at the moment, Kapal, I'm following your thing. Bucket Hat. Hi, how's it going? How's life? Wait, it looks like the other stuff of... It is! It is! I don't know what's happened. What did we change? What did we change? Did we even change anything? It just looks like it's working. OBS shenanigans. Cognitive shenanigans. Right, we did it. I don't know what we did, but we did it. Okay, that's all that matters. Does it show you the suggestions list? Oh yeah, that thing. How would one... So if we did instantiate... Don't know how to bring it up. Game object. Dish. Those are the suggestions in the block. These here? Nice. Okay, so I think there's a few different things happening here. So one, I don't know why it's now showing you the mono behavior in color, because it wasn't before. And then I swear we didn't do anything. I spent about 10 minutes trying to sort out OBS, and now it's showing. It was definitely something I changed, but I can't remember what it was. Anyway, it's there. We don't need to worry about that. But the thing about the options here, that was always showing for me. I assumed you could see that as well. You can use from game object. So game object instantiate. Love instantiate. Love a good instantiation. Man, oh man. Yeah, but we've got the mono behavior. It was just the VS Code thing not showing. So is this the IntelliSense thing? So instantiate game objects. Cool. Cool. Shenanigans. It's a good word. Do you know what word I've never been a fan of? Splendid. It's just never sat well with me. Splendid. I just feel like the S just goes on for too long. Splendid. Just gives me the ick. Fixing a problem that did not even exist. Well, it kind of does help that now we're sharing our screen. And look. Game Maker, Unity, where's the other? Godot, and I downloaded the Unreal Engine as well. I think we're gonna stick with Unity. Seems to be working. It's just me that's currently not working. Also, you should use the correct naming conventions. Functions should start with an uppercase letter. So could you explain that? So on that script here, what would you have different? Functions like voids and other getters should have their names starting with uppercase. Oh, see, I thought so too, but this guy's been doing it differently. He's been having all of the public floats and all that stuff start with a lowercase and then have a middle and then have a uppercase for the like the second word. I've just been following this guy. Game Maker's Toolkit. I'm gonna write a ratty response in his comment section. Okay, cool. I think I was doing that initially in Game Maker, but now we're doing it. We're just following this guy. It's his fault. It's his fault. You can write them as you want. Yeah, when I was in Game Maker and there was talk, I think I like the sprites and the layout of Game Maker better than Unity. But when you were making names for sprites in Game Maker, it was telling me how you can have like objects starting with O underscore thing, or you could have it with obj underscore thing. And it was the same with sprites, so it was S underscore something, or SPR underscore something. And I was like, what's the difference? What's the naming conventions? How do you learn this? Different standards for different languages. I wonder if the guy still does it this way now, like 2 years down the line. That's something that I should learn. Naming conventions. Everyone has their own habits. The incorrect ways of naming things. Yes, teach everyone the correct basics so then they can go off-piste to make their own mistakes. Stay with the industry standards is true. The cleanest of all codes. Okay. Cool. Well, we've learned something. So things like floats. What about delta time? Should delta time be a capital D? Does it make a difference? Because delta time is a thing. It's different, right? To a float? Because you're assigning that variable yourself? Delta time is a variable. Okay. So is that like a, would you call it an inbuilt variable? Wait, so aren't the Right, okay, cool, yes. So we're not talking about the different things. Essentially a variable declared in the code base. Oh, so also it's given me a red line there, so we know for future that we've forgotten our semicolon thing. Cool. So delta time is a variable from Unity, so you shouldn't really change its name. Okay, but yeah, because delta is just, it's already there. So just call it what it is called. Variable declared in the code base, yes. So do I have any suggestions here? So here, spawn. Naming, oh god, violation. Naming rule violation. These words must begin with uppercase characters. Spawn pipe. Okay, Control enter or control plus full stop. Alt enter. What do we do? Like here, alt enter? Oh my god, this is genius. This is the best thing ever. So then you can just fix all of the violations? No way. No way is that gonna fix all of them. Fix. Oh my god. Oh my god. It's done it. That is so good. Like, I appreciate for you guys, that is just so basic. It's so fundamentally basic. But that's nice. That's nice. I would have assumed that I would have had to have gone through each individual function and corrected its name. Cool. I think we've got everything working. It was telling me I was violating things. I was violating the code. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. If you right click, you can rename it and all its references. Yes. All variables and functions. Excellent. Right click and select rename. And you can do that. This says include string. Don't get in the weeds. So I could have it as anything. Spawn pipe, please. No way. Cool. Computers are cool. We like computers. We like code. At the moment, we don't understand code, but we like it. That timer. Is there a way of finding all of the suggestions? Is there like a button? Where did you say was the suggestion? Extra tab at the if. Here? Dash. Timer equals timer. Oh, is this gonna tell me how? So timer equals timer plus can also be timer equals plus? Is that what I'm gonna see here? Yeah, oh, sorry, timer plus equals. Compound assignment. Oh, it's just cleaning up my code for me. Beautiful. Don't understand it, but it's beautiful. I don't know why he was telling me the other way of doing it. I guess it's fine. He's got his way, but the industry standard has its own. Control plus space to show suggestions. Control alt space? No, control space. Oh, so that's the suggestions that it can give you. Hey, so much has been learned in just the last 15 minutes. Adding values to numbers, you could use timer. Yep. The if I did this? What's good? What's good these days? Bird scripts. Okay. Let's not play around too much with the code and completely ruin everything that we've done up until this time. Don't want to have your variables public unless you're using them outside of the script. With that stuff, I am literally just following this guy's tutorial. So let me try and unpack that. So public and private, I've not actually learned what that means, but would it mean that public is something that you can use outside of the script, and then private is something that is solely for this script? If you want to only show them in the inspector, make them private and add serialized field before it. So what would be the benefit of doing that as opposed to just having it as a public float and then it showing up in the inspector? Protected is from within and inherited. Okay, we've not touched on that, but that would be inherited from the mother to child. Protected is a class and subclasses. Yeah, okay. It's better to have a private, since you get an error related to it, you only have one place to look at it. Right, let me think about that. You restrict access outside the script, so you don't have any modifications you don't want. Also removes clutter. So I'm not quite picking this up. So you restrict access outside the script, so you don't have any modifications you don't want. So, right, okay. So if I have it as a private, then it is solely within the script and then can't be referred to outside the script. If I had a public, so I could view it in the inspector, if I referred to it in a different script, would it be able to be used and modified in a different script? Basically. Oh, okay, right. So yes, that makes sense. So if I want to then make something similar to this script but as a different instance, if I have the same, so looking here, if I have a height offset of something completely different, it will refer to this, or could like interfere with it. Serialized field, that's important. That is important. I'm gonna take that down. I'm gonna memorize that. I'm gonna immediately forget about it, but I'm gonna memorize it. Serialized field. Cool. Nice. Anything else? Any other suggestions or quick tips before I disappear? Probably should do a raid. Probably. It is only polite to do that. Also, some things you can use to make scripts look prettier and more organized in the inspector, like headers or spaces between stuff. Would that all be done in a script? Is that done in the script or is that done in the inspector? Essentially, private is for preventing cheating, access violation, and conflicts. Not sure what cheating is. Access violations would be when you don't want something to, does it change a variable? And conflict, so I get conflict. So if you have two height offset public floats, then they can interfere with each other. Cheating, I don't know, because if you can access, I'm not sure on the, again, the language here. Cheating and reflection. Metadata? All words I probably should know. Is there an audiobook I can like fall to sleep with that would just tell me like all the language and the lingo? You can put space X between variables in the script. X is the number of pixels between two variables, or header. X is a string that represents the name of a header. That's cool. That's also cool and useful. So much to remember. Again, I'm like, at the moment, just happy to passively learn stuff. Because I know that there's just so much information. But that's... serialized field is cool. Public stuff makes sense. And yeah, making it all look nice in the inspector is all good. The more neat your code is when it comes to restricting access from outside, the harder to make a cheat for the game. Oh, okay, right. When you mean cheating, you mean actual cheating, not code language cheating. Attributes are more intermediate stuff. Overwhelmed. Yes, my brain. The when you say the attributes, is that about the inspector stuff? Wait, could we do that now? Could we actually do that now? So if I want to give myself a space or give myself a header between variables in the script. So if I did this, am I reading into this? So if I did that header, oh, attributes, that's what you were talking about. Hey chat. Isn't it? Wait, nope. Is that a thing? Is that it? Hey chat, apostrophes, always apostrophes. Oh my god, and it even color codes it. Class string. So does apostrophes mean string? Is that it? Is that a thing? So save bush. Glorious. Actually glorious. Hey chat. How's it going? Notice none of you have responded. That's fine. That's fine. Okay, now it's 12 o'clock. I think like an hour ago I said I was gonna end. This has been going on, but it's been so worth it. You've taught me so much. You guys are amazing. Any other bits of nuggets I can steal from you guys? Just spew away. Even though it might not be useful, it's sparking joy. It's keeping me interested. So I like it. Private, protected, public, internal. Internal? Oh. I thought that would have just been private. They exist only for you coders. So made a Unity package that adds over 50 of those attributes to customized inspectors. There are also abstract classes. Abstract? What? Why are there so many? Oh, obviously, like, stop complaining, me. Like, you are learning this magic and it's going to take some time. Can't instantiate them. Of course not. Why would you want to instantiate an abstract class? He says, not fully understanding the words that he's saying. You guys and your fancy magic words, I like them. Variables are private by default, or at least that's what you've been thinking about for the past 3.5 years. Okay, right. I'm actually gonna go. But first, he says, delaying. Push. Okay, you guys get black screen. That's what you deserve for all of your help, all of your attention. It's 1 a.m. Yeah, it's 12 here. Let's do a raid. Who's good? Is there anyone up and running? Enjoyed the stream. I have thoroughly. Oh, that's me. Up and running. Enjoy. I'm not gonna raid that guy. He sucks. Yeah, you guys have made it thoroughly enjoyable. There's this guy who's learning to code called Zigladon. You could always try him. Hypnotic Games? Yes, good night, everyone. Enjoy whatever you've got going on for the rest of your day, evening, afternoon, whatever that might be. And stay frosty. Who is this person? Coding his own games with goblins. I love goblins. Hypnotic Games. Where? I could probably just put it in. Hypnotic Games. Cool. He's starting soon, so you guys get to enjoy him in all of his Technicolor glory. I need to raid. Raid channel. Right, like I said, love you guys. And see you when I see you. Bye. Push. Take those as well.